There we go. Now, can you guys hear me? I was just talking for the last 10 minutes, 12 minutes without anything. All right. Sorry, guys. Um, sorry, guys. All right, real quick here. Let me go over everything. So, what I was explaining was is that if we zoom out here, and we look at this area that we're looking at right here, we pretty much got like a really nice little flag kind of formation in um, this point right here that wants to start printing the red dots for this TTM. So we may try to start uh, our next leg up here. We could also go ahead and rotate a little bit down. You tried to shoot me with I didn't even see, dude. I was on a different I was on a different thing where a different tab. I didn't see what you guys were saying. So um, all right. So we got this compression going on. I don't believe we have monthly expiration here on Friday, and we kind of run out of catalyst to for us to break the upper bounds right here. And what I was explaining is that on our ES we have our range of this a little bit above 4150, 4150 or so, and then below at 4110, 4100. Those are like outer bounds where we could take those trades. But same thing with the SPY. So like this 407 is 408 is like the way outer kind of area, 410, and then up here towards the 415 or so is the top part. So towards those areas, I would be looking for those trades. Anything in between, you look for scalps. Today, I want to focus more on equity type trades. I believe we're going to get a little bit better opportunity in those. So what I was explaining is that Berkshire Hathaway, Buffett's ETF thing portfolio, they let go of a big portion of their TSM holdings. So they're down like 5% or something on the day. Yeah, 5.86% so far. Um, so not very good here. You could definitely try to play the sweetness as a gap down, smackdown type setup, or things like that. Um, but I would be looking here more inversely of their like competitors. So like AMD looks really good here if we zoom a little bit further out for us to break this little flag kind of little formation here as well. This 4 hour chart, you can see there's this volume gap right here, right? So this would be your target on AMD. Oops, come on, man. On AMD for us to fill like this area right here. So from where it's at, what is it, 85.39 to around 92. So that's $7. That's almost 10%. So uh, I'd be looking at that one. Also, Nvidia here. Nvidia has been really strong as well, and you can see here that it does have this little volume gap right here. In order for us to fill, once it breaks its little flag right here. All right. Um, and then Tesla. What I was saying is that the European Union, Europe has said that all cars need to be electric by 2035. So they got a little bit of a pop here today on that news. I believe on the bigger standpoint of what we're looking here on Tesla, it had pushed up here towards this resistance, came back and retested the 180, 190, excuse me, almost perfect, and then now looks like it's ready to go ahead and take off here again, back to the upside, and then we get a little bit of chop action if we come in like this, where our target's going to be 225 here to the upside is the first one, and then once we break that, it'll be 241. All right. So keeping an eye on that, and so just to kind of reiterate, like my plan for the day. I don't know where we're at in time. Um, I'll look for scalps like on the SPY, SPX, and stuff, but I think I'm gonna focus a little bit more on these equity type trades. I think they're gonna present a little bit better opportunities for us today. Okay. Um,
Take away my pain, honey. I'm sick and tired of the stress. I drink away my pain, honey. Until I'm begging for
any other questions or anything else that you guys concerns, tickers that you want me to review?
I don't want to laugh. Forgiveness, my pride is too small to see. And there ain't no sense in saying I'm sorry, even if I want to be. This life I live is full of heartbreak. I guess it's easier for me. I'm sorry. She said, take away my pain, honey. I'm sick and tired of this rain. I drink away my pain.
All right, so we got 3 minutes to the bell here, guys. Let's have a great trade session. Make sure you're using your stop losses, mitigating your risks, taking profit at relevant levels. A longer date out a butterfly. Why would you do a butterfly? A butterfly, you do a butterfly if you expect it not to move. So for less volatile type situation. Nvidia just jumped off a damn cliff right here, guys. Microsoft as well. Both of them are. Condors and butterflies are both non-volatile type trades. Now you could make it to where what you would do is you sell one wing or whatever is what they call it. You sell or you cover one side of the wing, so then it does make it a directional trade if it gets to the outer limits of your of your trades, and then it becomes a directional trade where you can make more money. But if it's just strictly like a iron condor or a butterfly, it does restrict like how much you could get. All right, here we go. 10 seconds. So a little spike up here on Apple, right at the bell here, guys. Tesla down to that 210 balance area. So Tesla bouncing back up here a little bit. All right, so I got the dip and rip here on Tesla here, guys. I'm not going to be able to put it on here because it's going to be a quick push trade. Uh, 220 would be cool on Tesla today. So directly to plan here on Tesla. So putting the focus on where the opportunities are. Let's see if we could break these pre-market highs. So the market also pushing up here as well. The Qs are pushing up here in purple candles. Google actually showing a little strength here to start the day, guys. $213. So the big point, so there's big open interest at 215 Tesla, and then there's 220. That's pretty big. Oh, it's because it's monthly expiration. Here comes NVIDIA rounding that corner here, guys. Big push up here on Apple. And then this open interest here on the SPY. Oh, dude, to change it back and forth. So 412 and then 414 and then 415 is the big areas. Apple is pushing up here really nice here this morning so far. Here's your crossover on your daily pivot. So if you wanted to try this, you're risking right here. I would risk 410.40 or so.
Yeah, I know what's up. I know I'm fine, but the money makes me handsomer. Uncle Brown smelling like come up in the answer for her problems, but I'm not him. I don't mind it though. You don't like me how you think you do. I like it though. I know I'm fine.
Here comes some video.
Uncle Brown smelling like you come up in the answer for her problems, but I'm not him. I don't mind it though. You don't like me how you think you do. I like it though. I know I'm fine.
Oh, PLTR, yeah, PLTR was one. I think they had earnings or something the other day where they had a big move, right?
But the money makes me handsomer. Uncle Brown smelling like you come up in the answer for her problems, but I'm not him. I don't mind it though. You don't like me how you think you do. I like it though. I know I'm fine.
I remember back we used to be able to do these dip and rip trades on Tesla, dude, and it would move like $20. You'd make like a couple grand in like seconds, and now it's nothing. Dude, even Craig in our small cap channel over here is calling PLTR. Oh my goodness, dude. Yeah, it's going for it. All right, there goes the SPY here, and the purples to the upside. So Tesla's not taking off the way that I wanted to here. So anything under this 210.50 and I'm cutting it. Dude. So that's a stop out. That sucks. Tesla has a lot of butterfly. What do you mean? So I mean, you can't necessarily tell like the open positions on how many those kind of leg positions are because everyone is different the way that you position those types of trades and stuff. Dude, what happened to Tesla? Just jumped off a damn cliff. It pretty much hit the resistance that it had the other day, and that was it. Still having trouble getting over that. So Amazon with a little bit of a drop here to start the morning, guys. more relative weakness than the rest. And then the VIX did open a gap down, but is trying to pop up here just a little bit. All right, so the SPY still going sideways on this pivot right here. Not a whole lot of volume on it, so all right, so Tesla back up to the balance line here, guys. 210.50. See if it tries to reset up here bullish or what's going on. Kind of a mixed open here, to be honest. And here comes the SPY.
Turn the lights out. Tell me who the fuck you wanna be. All the steady text you on the hotline. Sometimes a nigga wanna hear your voice. See you right now, I know the sun is up. Sorry, I don't really have a choice. I'ma make you feel like I'm down for you. You so much more than that for me. Finally take the time and open up.
All right, so also taking the SPY right here for a little these purple candles right here. My trigger for a scalp. See the resistance here is going to be 414. The Qs are in purples trying to move up here as well on the 5-minute. They're having a little trouble with the PDC. We may just have like a really super chop day here, guys. So
Tell me who the fuck you wanna be.
trade flash. Dude, I don't. If I lose, I don't know. It seems like this is a big part of your trading where you're basing and you're just taking trades off of what this says here, dude. I really don't recommend that. Like, then it's frustrating whenever it doesn't go your way because you didn't make the trade plan. You're basing it off of what someone else did, and you don't know all the reasons behind it. So if I lose money because my trade plan was crap, cool. I could go ahead and accept that. If I'm just over here willy nilly taking trades because it says, oh, all this person took a whole bunch of stuff in here, it doesn't make sense. There we go. Little pop up here in Tesla and Nvidia. You've been watched for months. Been watched what for months? Can you show us? Can you show us where you could see the butterflies? Like, can you send like a link or something where you've had this research for the months? Share with us. There we go. A little push up right there. So 4136, if you remember, is our big area here on the ES. Well, yeah, but do you have a link where we could be able to see them? You said you've been keeping track of them. So you don't have somewhere that you're able to actually see the trades like as they're posted. So like, because you could see all the open trades that go through and stuff. So like for instance, right? Like if you use Flow Algo, they have a historical where you could actually go ahead and recall what the trades were and everything for an instrument. What's your trade plan for the CSCO? So what was the trigger there? Apple app resistance here, getting to the 154.50. And pretty slow opening here, guys. I think I may just leave it alone. And actually, probably best to not even take trades until Monday. Okay, but what was your trade plan for it? If you're coming in here, basically what I'm saying here, Gordon, is if you're coming in here to pump up your ego and say, look at me, I'm taking these trades, but I'm letting everyone else go ahead and do the work, and I don't have a trade plan for it. That's not how we operate, brother. I'm here to help and educate, and we are a team, right? I want you guys to go ahead and call out your trades. I want you guys to share your trade plans. But if you don't have a trade plan, you're using someone else's trade plan, then just say that. So and then everything that I give you as far as information, I keep receipts for. So all the data, all the numbers, I'm able to go ahead and say why it works, the percentage of time it works, and the return that you're able to have on it. I don't withhold anything and just say, oh, it was in my notes. I didn't say you were pumping. um so but if you're not sharing your trade plan and you're saying these are 71 cents and now they're at 80, that how does that help the groups at all? But if you want to share your trade plan, I'm not getting crazy. I'm being upfront with you. I'm being real with you. But if you want to share your trade plan so that everyone could benefit and learn from it and be educated, then that's absolutely 100% okay. That's what we're here for. We're not here to say my calls went from 70%. If you want me to dick swing and show you P&L, we could do that, and I could just embarrass you. That's fine. That's not what I'm saying. And now you're getting your little ego hurt over there. It's not what I'm saying, brother. So like, if you're getting butt hurt about it, all I'm saying is that if you have a trade plan, share your trade plan. If you're taking trades, if you're copycatting trades off of someone over here off the flow, then go ahead and say that. But I don't want you should not be taking trades just off of flow, is what I'm saying. And that's pretty evident from the other day when you were in calls on the queues and then you were shitting bricks because it was down by $1. And you're saying, should I get out? What should I do? So it wasn't your trade plan because then you were asking me what you should do. Dude, I didn't realize that you're such a, oh my goodness, so fragile. You're not hurting me at all here, brother. You're here for free on a YouTube. The Irish exit? What's an Irish exit? Where you leave without telling anyone? Oh yeah, that's exactly what it is. That's funny. Like, I don't the whole Irish exit thing, like in Hispanic culture or whatever, right? Um, in Hispanic culture, it's like you from a young age. It's you say you despedir, go and tell everyone bye, see you, and that shit. Like, and I could see why you don't like people don't do it or whatever. You could take a half hour just telling everyone bye and hi when you get there, and you gotta shake everyone's hand or give them a hug and say bye to everyone. Freaking crazy. Today Thursday or Wednesday? Wednesday, right? So big slide off here. Um, I hope you guys get what I'm trying to say. Is that like if you're calling something out and because you're amazed of the move that like a contract is made, I definitely understand that. But when it's a repeated process of I'm in these and they're at this point now from this, that's not we're not here to stroke anyone's ego of like, especially dude, I will stroke your ego and suck you off all you want if you hit a really big trade, right? Like if you made a trade plan and you executed on it exactly the way that you wanted to, I will celebrate you 100%. But when you're using someone else's know-how and someone else's things, then I don't think that's you need to give credit where it's due. And so there's times where like on Twitter, there's people that give trade ideas on like on certain tickers, and then I'm like, okay, I agree with that. And so I now post like, hey, this guy had this idea, and I see it like this. I'm gonna go ahead and do it. But the main part of all this, guys, is I want please do not be afraid to call out your trades. I'm not going to hound you for calling out your trades. What I'm saying is that you should not be taking trades just off of one indication or flow or whatever um, on here. Like, you know what I mean? Okay, cool. Like, I worry that about that because like engagement is like a big thing that I'm trying to harp on. Like, I want you guys to you know, share your trades. I want you guys win or loss, right? Um, so all right, pull back to the 410 right here, guys. A little bit lower here on the ES. So 4109 on the SPX. So we'll see if we get a little bit of a bounce here. I did stop out of my SPY calls right here. So I'm 2 strikes already this morning. Um, is anyone interested in any trades anywhere right now? I think I think on most tickers here, as far as I think everything is just going to probably rest as much as possible here to get to the expiration on Friday. So on Tesla, we could see this 210 is pretty big right here. So they may try to close under this 210, this 42,000 here by Friday, um, which it's already under. It's at 207 as of right now. We got 2 more days though, and and above that we got this 220 at 46,000, and then we also have um, this 215 as 25,000. So Seth, good morning, brother. Yes, 3 pieces of 3 pieces of evidence, not necessarily conviction, but three. Well, I like the word conviction as well, so I like that. So 3 pieces of evidence in order for you to take a trade, at least, right? Once you start getting into the 4 or 5, anything more than that, then absolutely, dude. Then it's like a no-brainer. Go ahead and take that trade. Um, but that's what when you're taking trades on, especially like flow, because you're betting. It's someone that's spending a lot of money on those types of positions, right? So it's like, well, they can't be wrong. Yeah, anyone could be wrong, dude. Anyone gets their ass handed to them. The hedge funds and oh, dude, this was a nice bounce off this 410 area here, guys. Um, so So yeah, I absolutely agree with that. Is that that's my thing is that you need uh, at least three things that you could uh, put in for you to take a trade, right? And so I actually wanted to create, and I haven't really thought of like how to make it really well. If someone is a little bit more creative in that type of way, um, and you want to help, that would be absolutely awesome. But I thought of doing like a rubric, right? You guys have seen like a grading rubric for that teachers use for like this is what an A constitutes for a paper or quarterly grade or whatever. This is what constitutes a B, C, etc. And so basically giving like a point system to a potential trade that you want to take. So like if you have 5 points, right, then that is an A plus trade. You should definitely go full size and take that trade, right? And you can mix and match them, right? So almost like so say like context is that's a big one. So we'll make it like 3 points, right? Um, it's a technical setup is one that could be 2 points and things like that. And so then if you have over a certain amount of points, that's an A plus type setup. You go ahead and load your boat and uh, and take your trade. So that I think that would be really cool and helpful. I think at first, if you're more of a novice trader, it's going to be like a little bit of chaos for you to be like, okay, 1 point, 2 point, whatever, like to count. But eventually, you're going to get the hang of like, okay, like of asking yourself, is this within the context of when this trade is most likely to be successful? Is this the right time of day that this trade is going to be most successful? Is this the correct technical pattern, right? Things like that. So can I explain the T plus two? Yes. Yeah. So T plus two. So the way that uh, I want to illustrate it right. Um, I'm more of a visual person, so that's why I like drawing pictures and drawing on the thing. So basically, it, whenever a ticker moves really aggressively, well, just the rule the rule. Excuse me. Let me take a drink real quick. Oh, excuse me. So the rule is, and just the way that the like any banking or financial um, transaction is right now, right? So like if you were to send an ACH to someone, it takes about 2 to 3 days in order for 3 days for them to get it. So it's that one first the day of actual transaction and then two plus 2 days, right? So that's like if you're sending a check to clear to someone or something like that, right? It's the same thing for your transactions that you're taking, your positions that you're taking whenever you're trading. Is that it will it takes the day that you place the trade plus 2 more days in order for that transaction to settle. So um, I don't know if you're aware of the way the structure of the way that um, your trades are actually cleared. So your brokerage is just the middleman. They are just arbitraging, excuse me, and facilitating the transactions for you, and the transactions are actually cleared through a clearing firm. So the big ones are like Citadel, Wedbush is one. Um, there's a few other ones, um, but there's only like maybe 4 or 5 like main big ones in the United States that where you're going to get cleared through. And so what that means is that they're counting the positions and then they're making sure, okay, these shares actually got transacted and you actually received them, or and this other person got paid for them. And so that takes that 2 days. Now, so we could use that. That's just the way the system works. Like there's no getting around it. That's the way the system is right now. That's the way that it works. I've seen articles where, especially like in Citadel and things like that, where they want to get and kind of like the whole AMC thing, kind of prompted to get same day clearing, same day transaction execution like that, and I don't think they've come very far in doing that. Even in the banking side, like for your checking account, they are trying to push for that either 0 day or plus 1 day um, transactions being settled. It's 2023. I don't see why that should be a problem. Everything is electronic now, right? Um, But what that means for us as trading is that whenever there, so say you have your account, right? So say you have $50,000 in your account, right? So say you also have a 4-to-1 margin, right? So then that means that you have $200,000 that you're able to play with in your account, right? So total buying power is what you're able to have. So say something goes on a freaking heater, right? So like this PLTR this morning is on a rampage. I don't know, it's pulled back a little bit. But say you went over here and you prematurely just threw $200,000 out here at right here at 913, and then you sold right here at 968. You would need to have you would need to wait the 2 days in order for your buying power to be able to come back in order for you to buy again. So that T plus two, right? So whenever like there's an initial type squeeze big move, and everyone that's interested in that type of play, they start going ahead and buying. And if you have buying power left over for the next day, usually you exhaust all your buying power, right? So you don't have any more buying power in order for you to continue moving. And that goes for everyone. So if a ticker goes on a really big move, really big heater, everyone that is interested in buying is going to buy within that first day or the second day, right? And so by the third day, there's it's hard for that buying to keep on going because those people that are interested in it don't have the buying power in order to keep on moving, because those transactions have not settled within the clearing firm as of yet in order to get your buying power back. Now, on the third day, you get your buying power back, and then you could go ahead and get back into the trades and everything again. And that's why you actually have margin, is because so if you use $50,000 worth of your trading, then that it's almost like a credit line, right? So then the next day, while that $50,000 worth of trades is being settled, then you have access to $150,000 worth of like loan money, right? In order for you to continue making trades, as long as your the other trades are um, cleared and transacted upon. So basically, in a whenever you get a momentum move to the upside or downside, kind of like my example was when we were talking about Google the other day, right? Google. So you could see right here, we had this big slide off because of the AI fiasco, right? And it's 1 day, 2 day of selling, right? By the third day, you can't. There's no one else that wants to go ahead and sell. There's no more buying power for people to be able to go ahead and sell, or they're just holding, right? So then for the next 2 days here, because then this is day zero, right? So this is day 0, 1, 2. Then you get the buying power back from this day, and then the buying power comes back yesterday for the second day, and then that's why you saw that if you wanted to continue to sell, that's why we seen a pretty nice little drop yesterday, was because the people that wanted to continue selling they were able to get that buying power back and then continue shorting and selling, right? Now we've kind of come back up, and the people have bought the dip, and this is where we're kind of at right now, and where we're at. But there's little nuances to the rules in trading, right? Like yeah, you guys want to know like kind of a funky one that was an edge back in the day in the small caps, since I'm not really doing anything right here. Um, so back in the day, dude, I'm gonna butcher the time frames, right? But I believe like around, you could start trading market time to be able to get locates on very very few brokers. So so I know that anyone that was cleared through like Wedbush, anyone that was cleared through the Center Point, I think, which is, I forget who they're cleared through, and then mostly like very big professional type platforms or brokers, right? Um, Back in the day, when Robinhood and Webull and everything was still new, you were not able to place any trades or get any borrows for trades until about 7:30. Yeah, so 7:30 market time, I believe, is what it was. So what would happen is because those professional type traders had access to the short borrows before before like the I'm air quoting, like retail traders of like Robinhood and whatever. what would happen is the professional type traders, right, with the professional tools, the professional platforms, would buy get their borrows, and then they would hold, they would get short. And so when the market would open, then when the rest of the platforms like Robinhood and Webull were able to go ahead and get borrows and to be able to trade at 7:30, you would see a spike. You would see like a movement, and this might be, so you can see that it's still, it may be right here. So there used to be like a little spike in volatility at that time, especially in the small caps, and you would get a drop. And so, so what would the little edge thing was is that it was just like the rules and the way that the system worked was that you could exploit that, where as long as you had one of those brokerages, you could go ahead and get short. And then once the rest of Robinhood, Webull, whatever came online, then you'd get that sharp drop, and you could literally set a limit order, and you would get filled, and you're already up like a couple $100 before, way before the open. And it's like those little nuances that where you notice that these are the rules, right? And you play to those rules in your favor. That's how you define alpha. You find alpha, and you find things that help you out in that type of way. I'm getting a pretty good sell right here. Excuse me. So getting back down here to the lower levels, guys. That's our yesterday. These will be buy areas down here again. I would go ahead and try again. So whenever you find rules like that, like within, so the other rule is that like, well, not necessarily a rule, but you understand that like with the whole open interest thing and the way that, the open interest works, right? So um, for the transactions that you have, the dealers that are actually selling the premium, they needed to stay under or over for the put side, under for the call side, in order for them to make that premium, right? So that is just known. That's a given. That's pretty common knowledge, right? So they are not going to go ahead and take losses where, if the price is over that, and they're able to hedge with equity or futures in order to be able to buy. So that's why what we're doing right now is such a pretty cool edge, is because um you know that it's going to happen. There's no like if, ands, or buts, or what have you about it. You know what needs to be done by these expiration dates. And the thing is that whenever you have like monthly expiration like we have coming up on Friday, they will try to close it right exactly, because theta, delta, and gamma are biggest at the money. So you will see right now like how we're trying to pin right now towards this 4150, this same area for 410 right here on the SPY, is because that is where all the gamma is built up at, and that's where they get the biggest expiration of theta, with it staying closest to at the money, so that premium burn. So um that is very long drawn. Oh, see, there's that bounce, dude. Anytime you get to those lower bounds down here, let's see if there's enough demand to make it bounce more. But when you understand the rules and the way things are need to move like that, that's what where you find little things like that. Like that's so like back in the day, right? I keep on saying back in the day, but in the 80s and 90s, when HFT type trades were first being introduced, when computers were being first introduced to trading, that's why people were able to make money on the spread, right? Because we knew that, okay, transactions that happen on the ask are higher, transactions on the bid are lower. We could go ahead and split the difference and be able to repeatedly make profit off of that spread, right? And then in those days, the spread was a lot bigger than what it is right now. So now we're lucky. We see the SPY at a penny difference on the spread. But does anyone remember a few years ago? I'm really showing my trader age. If you guys remember, the exchanges actually did an experiment where some tickers had a nickel spread on purpose. So they purposely put a nickel spread into some tickers, and that was kind of a pain in the butt, dude. But they decided against it, and it didn't go through. But they purposely had some tickers have a nickel spread instead of the penny, and guess what happened? People exploited that, where you can make, if you for sure know that you're going to make a nickel every time you trade that difference off your algo, bro. You know what I mean? and it was at least the nickel or whatever. But now, so the with the way that we have algos and computers and everything to be able to create the liquidity for us, we have like penny spreads, and then you're able to also um, now we have dark pools right in between the spreads and things like that. All these kind of crazy things. I really nerd out on all this stuff, dude. So if I get to blabbering, let me know if that answers your question there, Josh, or if there's any part that you want me to like expand on. But basically, the T plus two is just the way that margin. Oh, so let me go ahead and put this in there. Options are cash settled overnight, not cash settled, but they are settled overnight. So um, options are not T plus two. Options are overnight. So that's why you're able to trade options on a cash account, and then you have the money the back in your account the next day. So please do not think that your buying power for your options comes back in 2 days or what have you. I'm sure you're most of you are already aware of that, but all right, Tesla making a pretty nice little turnaround move right here, guys. I guess I should have been a little bit more patient. Same thing right here on the SPY, guys. And I think, like in my personal opinion, it's like those little nuances where you know that on how, um, and I'm sure like there's like little things too that I don't know that more experienced traders know too. Um, that I haven't been privy on that type of knowledge as of yet, but uh, those little things is like what makes you uh, more not experienced, but it lets you have a little bit more of an edge as a trader of these little nuances when you're wise. Guys, like, does anyone follow Chris Katie in here? Raise your hand if you follow Chris Katie or you know who Chris Katie is. Watch, I'll put you all on game in here. He does not post that much, but he is actually really affiliated with the Sanglucci Room. um, and he does sometimes he does webinars and stuff on there. And I believe so. At one point, I don't know why my voice gets like this after a while, guys. Sorry. I believe he was the youngest member of the exchange when he first started. I think he was like a little under 18 actually, and then once he turned 18, he got licensed and stuff. But he was the youngest person to be on the floor at that time, um, in in the New York Stock Exchange. So um, uh, what's really cool about that is so he actually traded or was a part of on the floor on the crash of 1987. What do they call it, like Black Monday or Red Monday or whatever it is? He actually got to be able to trade or witness that. The economic impacts of the 90s, the dot-com era boom, the 2008 housing crisis. He's still in the trading game after all of that. I think it's like 40 years or something like that now. um, and sometimes like some of the stories that he gives and some these little like nuggets, right, like where you got to pay attention to what he's saying. They are just invaluable, and they're just old timer type things that um, help out a lot, right? So like one of them that stands out, and I've told my room this quite a bit, is that so he was very young on the. This is pretty cool. Now it's like a second generation. I get to tell stories that he was of what he has done, what he's told. So he was in the dot-com boom, right? So everything was kind of like the COVID era where it was buy anywhere and sell higher, right? So whenever it was like that, um, they were. I think it kind of the story goes something like after like the bubble burst or whatever, like there was a lot of people that were upset that they had taken profits because they didn't believe that the market could go any higher than what it was, and it just kept on going higher and higher and higher and higher. And so there was an old timer trader that was there with him on the floor, and he said the quote that he told them was, "Prudence dictates exiting your trade far before the highs." And that's 100%. And I've implemented that into my thinking and my trading, and that's 100% true, right? So if you're a little bit more risk averse in prudent, and you're taking profit before the highs, that's absolutely okay, dude. So and basically what he was saying is if you're taking profit at the highs, you either got lucky or you're late. So the traders that are going to be sticking around a whole lot, for a career, are probably taking profits either along the way or before the highs, because they have that risk averse that risk management in order for them to yeah, stay in the game longer, right? So um things like that, where like just little sayings and things that you get from old time traders that um had to actually be social with each other on the floor to be able to trade. And we're not just in front of a computer screen like we are. It's those types of things that are pretty, in my opinion, they're cool. Like I said, I nerd out on it. um the old time traders that actually know their shit, dude. Like there's people that say, "Oh, I did this, and this," and then don't have any receipts for it, right? But Chris Cady is actually, uh, he's a he's a he's a G, bro. He's pretty cool.
Everybody acting like they know me, dog. Don't just say it now, you gotta show me. Bring the clip back empty. You asked to see the ball, so they sent me, dog. I just broke her off with a temple, dog. There ain't nothing, I'm just being friendly, dog. Just a little 10-piece for it, just to blow it in the mall. Doesn't mean that we involved. I just put a widget on the card. I ain't going to pay it all, but I show you how to put that dope. Really wanna fall.
So like this on January 20th, he tweeted, there are there are no bears, just people shaking out week long so they can buy them cheaper. Non-existent bears just drop the ball every time, anyways. Just a game who could buy them cheaper. And so that makes a whole lot of sense in the rotation of the way that inventory works and the way that we trade, right? If you think of it like that there's not any actual bears, right? There's not anyone actually that wants the market to collapse, right? It's just people that want it to come down lower in order to be able to buy at a lower price. When you start thinking of it like that, it's it's different perspective. And he is actually tweeting that. So January 20th, right? It was when we got that pretty nice little sell, I believe, right here. Nope, January 20th. January 20th, right here, when we got this sell right here. We're not getting anywhere very, very quickly here today, guys. So oil news at 7:30. Oh, you're on West Coast.
She got me for my money. To my bloody dollar bill. Sold it on my
This compression is pretty nice right here. If we, like I said, we could go sideways for the rest of the week. Honestly, like I'm pretty much already got in my head that that may be the issue. But the sideways for the intraday would be nice for us to at least get 413, 414 or so. Um, but definitely understand if we don't. Seattle, bro. How do you like Seattle? It's so crazy that like the country that we live in, right? Like our life experiences are so different because of the where we live. Have you guys seen that meme that's going around right now where it's like a geographical map of the United States and it shows like the middle, like the Midwest, um, all flat, and it says, "I can't imagine living in a flat state, get in a bar stool, and be able to see the whole state." And that's how it's crazy. Like here in Texas, they're like, "Oh, we're going on a hike," and then a hike in Albuquerque, dude, is like 10,000 feet at elevation, right? A hike in Texas is like 500. Dude, the market looks like it wants to take off here, man. Unless it's just playing games. So the VIX is coming down here just a little bit. Just be aware of that. You know what I should do, dude, is whenever you guys ask me a question and I start explaining a certain topic, is just to go live like on like TikTok or something. Because that was a pretty cool little talk. No, no problem, brother. So actually, I need to start collecting more data on this and actually collecting screenshots so then I could show you. I have it in an Excel sheet, but just seeing the numbers, um, it's hard to kind of put it to it. Like I said, I'm more visual. I don't know about you guys, but I'm more visual. So back in the day, the way that this started, right? Um, the way that the whole open interest thing kind of started is kind of the way that if you were here earlier and we're talking to actually the so we'll go ahead and do that right now. Let's see. Let me load up my TikTok here, and then we'll see if we get anyone that wants to come and listen. I doubt it, but give me a second, all right? Mm-mm. Um,
suit and my nails, so I get real money, we busting bills. Everybody on the floor know the smell. Dropped out of high school, had to start bringing my Glock, couldn't show and tell. Big bro got life in the fans, can't talk on the phone, but he know as well. Walked out the trap with a big old bag, till I pop in the house, I was on the sale. Sitting no selling that bitch in my head, but I'm sitting in my head, no go through fail. If I call a house phone, tell her bring that bitch out, popping my mama will. I was 18, my OG see me hopped out the Benz or a bottom field.
All right, let's see. All right, so zero DTE, or not zero DTE, but open interest on the options, right? So that's what we're going to go ahead and talk about here. So back in the day, the way that this worked is if you had so you could have like a flow type software, right? So let me go ahead and show you like here. So you could clip them afterwards. Yeah, dude, it's hard to go through like 3 hours worth of content. I need to get someone to do it for me. But so the options flow, right? So like in our Discord, we have options flow from Traditix. I was a big advocate for like flow algo and stuff like that. So like if you take a look and what you're going through is these are large sweep or block orders that are going through, right? And so the way that we used to see this is that you have really big premium and really the expirations that are going through, and you would see that these expirations were these sweeps were going through on the market, right? So basically what we would do at that point, I'm sure everyone has kind of seen my video on YouTube where I made a lot of money like on Tesla calls and Amazon and stuff like that. Dude, here comes our little purple candle breakout. So whenever we've seen something really aggressive of it being very close to expiration, very big premium, we would take those positions along with those whales. But the thing that started happening is whenever you start looking at like the AMC fiasco that happened, right? On the AMC fiasco, if you come and you look at the chart of the way that this was going, the reason why we would only move so far, so much every week or so, was because of that. The whole thing was just a gamma squeeze, right? So you start realizing that for every buyer there has to be a seller, and whenever there's a sweep, there's someone that is selling that premium to the people that are buying those premiums, right? And so you got to think of it like that, is like in the instance of the AMC thing, is who is buying this, who is selling these contracts to the retail traders, right? So they're the market makers. The market makers are the dealers that are the ones that are selling it. Now, who has more money to be able to influence the market? The market makers, the dealers, or the retail traders? The dealers and the market makers, right? And that's why the whole AMC ape game or whatever, ape gang, I should say, is upset, is because they're crying manipulation, they're crying this and that or whatever. And it's like, dude, this is the game, bro. Like, up your money and you could do whatever you want to, right? But in that instance, what's happening then is, if you're looking at the open interest and the way that this is set up, right, and we're coming to the like the SPY, is that you have really cool you have a really cool thing where all the open interest and all the trades that are transacted within the option chain, you're able to see where the dealers and market makers are actually positioned at, right? So if you come in here and you look at, so for instance, today on the SPY, we know that our first resistance right here is the 412. And if you come and you look at the SPY chart today, dude, we can't even get to 412 as of yet, right? So every time we've gotten up to 411.50, we're getting rejected. If you come and you look at this is actually really cool. If you come and you look at yesterday, right? So our open interest is at the 415. Kind of the option chain is almost unchanged from yesterday. So if you come and you look at the 415 from yesterday, you can see right here in this area that there's big open interest, right? So the market makers or dealers are the ones that are selling these contracts, right? So their goal is to make as much money as possible by the premium or theta affecting the premium and it expiring underneath these levels, right? So the people that are buying these calls, they want it to go above here and to shoot up, and you make a whole bunch of money by it going above this price, right? But the market makers and dealers are the ones that are actual control here. They want it to expire underneath these levels. So what happens is these act as resistance because the market makers or dealers want the price to stay underneath there. And so if you come and you look at yesterday's price, the price that started to reject here at 414 and then 415, right? And so what happens is with that open interest that you have right here at the 415 and 414, this is where you have your resistance, and we're able to go ahead and take trades off these option levels. So these are points of liquidity on the option chain that the option dealers are doing. I have a graph on Excel where this is actually going ahead and explaining zero DT options and how they're being traded now. There was a day in January where on that single day in January, it was like there was more zero DTE options that were transacted that day than a whole month in 2016. And I've been crying from the rooftops and trying to get everyone on this whole option train and trading the options because of the leverage and everything that they present. And the thing is that whenever and now the retail traders have influenced it so much that big institutions, the hedge funds and things like that are also trading the zero DTE. The thing is that with the way that the market is actually positioned right now, where there's a whole bunch of volatility, no one could see past a week or a month from now where the market is going to be, right? So we get a hot CPI print, we get crazy FOMC update, something like that, right? We get some of those types of deals. I don't know why it's telling me to swipe, but on those types of deals or whatever, right? So if that's the case, and what in that type of position, right? I'm sorry, I try to keep my thoughts here all together. So I just went blank. So if the market makers can't, the dealers and hedge funds can't see past a month or 2 months or whatever where the market's going to be because of the volatility and the economic environment that we're in, right? So what they've done is they've joined us in trading these zero DTEs because they realize that they can make a whole lot of money for not a whole lot of premium and be able to go ahead and mitigate the risk for that. And so now we're kind of playing on the same side here now, where if you're on the AMC Ape side where you want to stick it to the man and you hate the Citadel CEO and all that, you're gonna fail, dude. There's no way that you have enough money to influence the market to go ahead and take out these types of traders. But if you do go ahead and join them, right? So if you do go ahead and join on their side and you're able to and see where the big players are actually positioned, then you're able to position yourself alongside the big market makers, dealers, whales, etc., right? So in that, we're looking inversely, right? So we think of calls as not necessarily a bearish sentiment, but more resistance, and then the put side more as support. So if the market was to go ahead and drop down today, which you've seen that it dropped down today, right? So it dropped down to 409. What was it? Yeah, I was going to say 50. So I was almost on point. So 409, right? Now, if you come and you look at the option chain, the way that this reacted here, let me go ahead and fix this here for you guys real quick. If you come and you look at where this is, this reacted at, the open interest right here started getting very big and thick right here at the 411, right? So at 409, we're under 11,000, 15,000 contracts. So what is this, 26,000 contracts? The market makers that are here on the put side that have sold these puts, they want this to stay above 411. And if you come and you look, where did we bounce to? Exactly right over 411, right? Perfect. And do you think it's like coincidence that happened? Absolutely freaking not. And that's why we're kind of explaining, as far as today, we may be stuck in this range here because we could look at the open interest to the upside here, where this 414 and then even this 412 we were talking about first, right? 412 and 411, where we're kind of sandwiched in between these two areas, right? So then the price would sandwich in between these two areas until we get some type of catalyst or someone that comes in as a bigger buyer or seller for us to be able to break out of that range. So then if we break 412, which is our upwards resistance that we have here on the resistance here that we have on the open interest, then our next area would be the 414, like yesterday, 414, 415. And so those would be our targets for the upside. And so if you're here trading with us yesterday, I think so beforehand I had called here exactly where we were looking for us to, reject and come back down or what have you. And then down here, the open interest yesterday was down here at the 410, and we ended up bouncing at 410.50 or something down here, or excuse me, 408.50. So 408 was the excuse me, the open interest, and it was 408.50 that we wanted to bounce off of. So basically, the way that I'm explaining that this would work is that on the open interest, you want to think of it inversely, right? So every retail trader now has access to these tools like unusual whales, flow algo, chatter flow. There's a lot, insider finance. Um, there's so many different types of flow type tools, right? But the way that people are being taught to get this, and I was one of them, right? But I was kind of ahead of my time in doing it. I was doing it in 2018. Everyone is doing it now on this, which I think I'm a little bit ahead of everyone right now as well, because whenever I'm the way that I'm explaining this is that actually the opposite, the inverse of it now, as compared to everyone else, and it does actually work, right? And so whenever you see like big it's kind of like a victim of your own success, right? So if you buy calls, you're actually buying your own resistance as well, if that makes sense. So whenever you see call flow go through on those types of, what would you call them, platforms, software, you want to think like, okay, like, yeah, there is a lot of interest on this to move up, but you also want to think like, if they continue to buy the same area, that is where the resistance is going to be, and they do not want it to get past that. They want it to expire under that, right? And so that's what basically what we're looking at as far as right here. Now we could go a little bit deeper into like, you know, intraday type trading of these things and stuff like that. So I don't know how much I want to go into, but as far as like, you could go into negative and positive delta, and basically um, you're looking at the way that market makers and dealers or anyone is actually purchasing premium in the intraday type level. So if I come over here and I show you guys this chart from Trading Ticks right now, open link. There we go. So here's our Trading Ticks right here, right? So this is from the beginning of the day today to the current right now. So this is where you see this price, and it's pretty volatile because it's showing a very small area right here. But basically what you're seeing right here, as the price is moving up right now, the calls are also moving up. So that is a pretty bullish sign. So you would not want puts being bought as the price is being moved up. But there's also for the calls and puts, you could also have a negative or positive delta, right? So a positive delta would be whenever you buy calls or sell puts, and then a negative delta would be whenever you sell calls and buy puts. And so that could act in the same type of way where sometimes you could go ahead and see on an intraday move, right? On a very big sharp type move to the upside, you could see actually where more puts and calls are being sold and puts are being bought into a move, and that does not give you a whole lot of confidence in order for you to stay in that trade, right? So wherever you see that, see a point to be able to take some profit, you want to be able to go ahead and take some of that profit, because the whales and dealers are not alongside with you on that trade to continue moving to the upside. You want to see more positive delta type trades continuing to move. And so the thing is that it used to be that the equity market is the one that dictates movement, and then you would want to buy derivatives like options, right, in order for you to be able to make money off of the equity market. But it's not like that no more. Hedge funds, dealers, everyone is the derivative market is what's driving the underlying equity market now. And if you don't understand that and don't want to get on board with that, you're going to get left behind, because it's 100% true. And I could show, and we're able to show where that's absolutely true, where instead of using margin, these dealers and whales are actually using the leverage of the actual option contracts in order to be able to take trades. So it's a lot, dude. So it's definitely, I know that like kind of our tagline here at the New Age Wall Street is simple, actionable strategies. I try to take all this information for you and then just tell you, okay, this is where you buy and sell because I've already done the hard part for you on looking at where everyone is positioned and stuff. And so I think it's a little bit different way of looking at how to trade, right? Everyone says support, resistance, whatever, look at your levels, things like that. You start looking at it like a chessboard, right? So I set a football field or chessboard, and you start looking at your open interest on, okay, like this is our playing field that we're playing on, right? So our every morning, actually, if you come in, you look at on Twitter, I put out this free web page every morning, and it gives you the option levels of the gamma levels to look at. So right now our call wall is 418, our put wall is 400, and then right here at the 408 is kind of like our middle line. So this is where the gamma changes from negative to positive or positive to negative, which side of the trade that you're on. And then these are just like in between markers for support and resistance, right? So if you're doing that, the way that if you're looking at the field as like a football field, right? More or like a chessboard, like I'm saying, and you're able to come in here and you say, okay, like, oops, I don't need the little this one. I need to do so. If you're able to come in, and let's actually do it like this on the bigger time frame. So we have this bigger time frame up here. We're like, okay, this 418, this is where our call wall is. 400, right? We said is our put wall. This is our playing field right now as far as our football field, right? So then we start coming in, and then we start marking our other lines, right? We said 408 is our kind of bias line, our kind of where we go from being positive, more bullish to bearish. So if we come in, we put our little line right here. You can't really see it, but so somewhere right here, we know anything under this, we start getting a lot more bearish. So this is actually where on the ES and like SPX, we start getting towards like 4,100. So they're going to do everything they can to protect that 4,100. Right here is around 4160, 4150 or so, and they're going to protect that to the upside. So now you kind of got, you're not worried about anything down here. You're not worried about anything up there. This is where you're playing at right now. And then you start putting in your other levels that you have, right? Like we said, the 410, 412 and everything. And then you have where you could base your trades off of, right? You're not just guessing on where it's going to go ahead and get to, for a fact on what needs to happen and what if price moves to this area on how you're going to react, right? So I think it's a really big it's a really big different way of actually looking at on how to trade, of just looking at the liquidity levels of where the derivative market is wanting to move the underlying, right? So for like instance, what we're talking about today is that Friday is the monthly expiration for these contracts, right? So we have a big 20% of all the open interest and gamma is going to go ahead and fall off on Friday. And so that allows the market to move a lot more freely on Monday. So then those levels that we're talking about are no longer as strong, and we're gonna be able to move a lot more freely now, because a lot of what we've had is positive delta type trades over the last week or two. We're kind of expecting to rotate down on into the next week. So I'm kind of calling my shot as of right now, where going into next week, I believe that we may rotate down here just a little bit. So because everyone that's stacked up here on the ES 4100 on the open interest right here, right? So if we go to like the SPX right here, all this, well, not all of it, but everything that's here on the 17th, all of this is going to expire. So if you could go ahead and you take a look as far as so 4,100. So these 18,000 contracts that are stacked up here on the SPX, these are going to expire on Friday. So this is what is our goal line right here, our line in the sand of what's keeping us up right now on the market. And so what's cool about this is that anytime price falls below that 4,100, so if you're coming in and you're looking at the SPX, you could take trades off of that. So Let me see, SPX. And it's hard because it's really scary whenever you see it, but it is definitely money. So if you're coming and looking at right here, oops, let's zoom out here just a little bit. There's been a couple times over the last 2 weeks or so that we get under 4,100, right? So right here, down here for like a full day, right? And anytime it's gotten under that 4,100 where the big open interest is at, the market makers want it above this, and so they buy it back up and they push it back above that level. And so anytime that it falls below that big level, it's a buy. Anytime it gets close to that level, it's a buy. And that's kind of like what we were talking about this morning. I don't know if you're here, is that we started getting a little bit lower down here, and I was like, okay, this looks like a good area to go ahead and if you wanted to try long. And so 409.50 to 411.50, that's like, you know, $2, and that may be the best trade that you get for today. So we're trading stocks and options, brother. You have any questions? We're talking about options, open interest, zero DTEs, and stuff like that. So if you guys have any questions, you guys could check out my website or Twitter. Twitter, it's newagewallstreet.com for the website, and just at New Age Wall Street ST for street on Twitter. But we trade mostly derivatives and stuff like that. And I'm explaining the way that open interest actually dictates the way that underlying tickers move. So it's pretty big. Dude, anytime I explain this to someone and you start, and it's just like a light bulb of like, why didn't I think of that? Like, kind of like, well, you know, well, that makes a whole lot more sense, right? Instead of chasing a whole bunch of premium that is being bought up, like in calls or, you know, in sweeps or whatever, then you could actually go ahead and see that, you know, this is where this is happening. Now, the thing is that, so people are starting to weaponize these zero DTEs. I'll call it weaponizing zero DTEs. I'm going to coin that phrase. Someone trademark it for me. What winds up happening is now whenever we're over a big open interest area by the end of the day, right? So I would say like hour and a half, 2 hours in the day. So if we come to like the SPY, right? So say we start breaking above here on the SPY, say we start getting to around 415, right? So we talked about that being the bigger open interest here on the SPY today. So we come over here and I think it was like 15,000 contracts or something like that. So so combined in this area is 23,000 contracts, right? So and I've done this here a couple of times where I've done the math here. So there's 15,000 contracts that are right here, right? So say that the price is over the 415 by around 2:30 market time, right? Now what happens then? The market makers are getting their ass handed to them at that point, right? Because they need the price to stay below that in order to be able to capture the premium and for those to expire worthless by the end of the day, right? And so what do they need to do then in order to be able to be net zero and not take that loss? At the very minimum, right? They don't at the very minimum, they just don't want to take a loss, right? And they're able to go ahead and buy futures and equity, right? They could buy shares of SPY, they could buy ES in order to offset the loss of this. And so like if you're doing that, what winds up happening is a whole lot of money, right? So you have 20, we said 26, I'm just going to round off, we'll say 27 because it's almost 11,000. So 20, actually 24, 24,000 contracts, right? And then you times that by 100 because there's 100 shares per contract, and then times that by the app price, which would be about, we'll say 415, right? So it would be $996 million worth of SPY that they would have to buy, in order to offset the loss of these two. So what winds up happening then at that point? So if they have to buy this much SPY at the end of the day to offset the loss of it being above this price, then that pushes the stock up higher, right? If they're buying, right? So if we divide this by how many the price, right, per share, right? So 415, they have to buy 2,400,000 worth of shares in order to net zero this contract position right here. So then they would have a positive. This offsets the negative delta that they have right here by the positive amount of the shares that they have. At the end of the day, it would just cross cancel, right? It would be zero, and no harm, no foul. They're good. But the thing is that for us, right, for us as retail traders, what we could actually look for is that if we are above a big level like that of open interest by the end of the day, and we know that the market makers are getting their ass handed to them, we could look for those squeezes. We could look for those big 0 DTE squeezes at the end of the day, because we know that they have to. This is like kind of what we're talking about of the rules of the game, and being able to operate within those rules, right? We know that they have to go ahead and offset those to zero by the end of the day, or else they're going to go ahead and eat that loss. And so what we're looking at then is I've asked someone, and someone actually messaged me to make a calculator. If we know what the float of the SPY is, how many shares are available, and they're buying 2 million shares worth of this, and that also, that's just the market makers, right? That's not the organic purchasing of the chasers that would wind up purchasing as well, because the ticker is moving in that direction. We could actually go ahead and say that by the end of the day, the ticker has to move at least 0.8% or 1% from the 415 area, right? So if we're looking at 1% of 415, then we're looking at about $4 or so that we know that the ticker is needs to squeeze to the upside in order for them to finish buying. So if that's the case, then, and you're in here and you know that that's the point, right? You're in here at the 415, you start seeing the squeeze, you get in, you're not going to sell anything until about 418, 420. You're not going to take anything, because you absolutely know that they have not finished buying everything that they need to, and you have the ability to go ahead and hold all the way to that level before that there's any type of exhaustion of the selling that comes in at those levels. And I think that's a huge thing of looking at like kind of an edge of being able to helping understanding and helping you out to be able to stay in trades and not selling prematurely and things like that. So that would be like kind of my own secret sauce, like kind of a trade thing that I want to do, but I don't know how to build the calculator. So, well, I'm sure I could try it, but it would take a lot of time, and I just don't feel like it as of right now. I have a lot of other things that we're building, but that's a lot as far as like the way that the what needs to happen, right? So if the market makers are not going to go ahead and take a loss of being above 415, like we're in that example, right? So they're going to buy all those premiums, buy all those shares, futures, in order to keep on pushing pushing up, and that's where we start seeing those really nice moves or whatever. Another example of this is like where if you guys remember back on the SPY a few weeks ago, or it's actually months ago now. It's kind of crazy. So back in back in December when we hit this 380, guess where the put wall was? It was here at the 380. So anytime me and my team, we saw the dip under 380, we just kept buying anytime we got under 380. And then if you remember, if you go through sentiment of wherever you look, right? Wall Street Bets, Twitter, everyone was just calling that this was the top and that we're going to go ahead and break this level. We're coming back down to 3,300, 3,500, 350 on the spot, 330. Everyone wanted this level to break and go down, but they didn't understand that the option dealers were here supporting with the puts at the 380. So every time that this got driven down, it just got bought back up. And then what ended up happening right here, I believe it was FOMC or something. We got some type of catalyst, and we ended up breaking out of this compression, and now it made like a 40-point run off of this. So buying on put walls and selling on call walls will save your freaking ass, dude. Do not be buying the breakouts where everyone is chasing up, in these levels. Look for reasons to take puts at those levels. Did you guys all get that? You guys take notes? thank you guys if you're in here learning and listening and stuff like that. I believe that this is why I name my room New Age Wall Street, because it's a totally different way of looking at the way to trade. So I do not. You could see that there's obviously levels that I've lined up in here and stuff. There's like one. I don't know why this trend line is actually right here. I think it was for an example because I was making fun of someone, but for the most part, I don't use trend lines. If you guys don't see any type of trend lines anywhere on my chart, it doesn't make sense. Your secret sauce is way too saucy. Yeah, I'm actually like, should I be saying this to everyone, dude? Should I be like explaining this, because eventually everyone is gonna be saying it, and I'm not gonna get credit for it. No one gives me credit for it or anything like that. So, um, these more popular type guys on TikTok and uh, Twitter and stuff start getting it, and they start explaining it like they found it, and then I'm stuck here like Tesla, right? Nikola Tesla. Cool. I gave you all this stuff for free because I wanted to help you guys, but I didn't get nothing out of it. Um, I thought about just keeping it to ourselves and not saying anything more. Well, this thing has a footrest thing. Oh dang. So yeah, totally. That's like I was saying. Sorry, I have ADD like a mother, guys. Like um, I was explaining is that's the reason I name my room that is the New Age Wall Street, is because I want leading edge strategies to be able to help you guys be successful. And so if I could simplify those strategies, right, because the option market is it's a lot, dude. And I know that everyone might not be as intelligent to be able to understand everything, but if I actually make actionable triggers out of what we're doing, right, and I just make it to where, okay, when you see this, this is when it's in your favor to go ahead and buy. Then that's what makes me happy. So I'm trying to work on some tools and things like that for you guys. But I will always continue to try to learn. And yes, a lot of it I figured out on my own, dude. So it's kind of funny. It's kind of funny, the whole thing. I figured that, so when the whole AMC thing was happening, I was trading those, from Flow Algo, right? So I was taking out of the money calls that were very, very aggressive, just the way that, they taught you how to do on Flow Algo, right? Thinking that, there you go, dude. There you go. Okay, man. So, yes, and so then I started realizing that in the whole AMC thing. So me and like I said, I'll always give credit to like people that have done things alongside with me, or that have done stuff too. So, um, all day faders, Team 3D Stocks on Twitter. This dude is a freaking G on Twitter. He's um, old school small cap trader. He also trades options and stuff now, and we have a lot of same thoughts on the way that the market moves and things like that. If you guys want to go follow him, this is your thing. If you want to screenshot it. Um, but what ended up happening is that um, what he would do is that on the AMC, we started realizing that, like we were talking about, right? So on the AMC, that the price would not move further until the end of the week, until Monday. On Mondays, when we were having those squeezes, when we had the big move on AMC and GameStop, that's when we were having the big moves. And so then I started kind of data tracking all of that and everything. And so I figured that the reason why is because the option contracts were so big, right? There had to be an inverse of everyone that was buying them, and someone wanted to keep them lower to the end of the expiration. And then on Monday, that was freed up, and then we can move to the next level, right? So, and like in this instance, we moved up, came back down, and then we got to the 10. And then obviously this is a weekly chart, so you can't necessarily see, but I believe we closed under 10 this week, right? So this week right here. So we did move all the way up to 1284 on this week, and then we ended up closing right here at 8 on this week right here that I'm explaining on. Is that Is that coincidence? No, dude. Then we pushed up over towards 15, right? But for this week, we actually closed below 15. That was the next level, right? Then we kind of accumulated, and then we started going. We got the bigger moves and stuff. But you could see the 10 was very prevalent in between this area here as well. So, oh shit! Look at the SPY. There we go. Was that the oil thing that you guys were saying? Oil news or some type of catalyst come out? Nice little pop there, guys. All right, so all right, okay, man, you entered there pretty freaking nicely, brother. So I started just data tracking that and seeing that the price was wanting to stay below, below those prices or what have you, right? So at the same time, that all day faders team 3D stocks guy was doing the same thing, and he started realizing the same thing. And so I really respect him as a trader. He's been trading longer than I have, and I was like, man, if that's the case, right? Like, if you're saying that, then I absolutely believe it, and I have the data to be able to push it, put it in. Now, at that time, this was back in like what 2020 and stuff. The zero DTE options weren't even a thing as of yet, but you could definitely see like on say like Tesla, right? So Tesla, you could see like on the option market that it would get above a certain price, right? So for instance, what was a big one? Oh, last son of a bitch. I'm not going to be able to illustrate this well here, but on Tesla last week, um, you guys see where we pushed to the 415, right? Or excuse me, 215 right here, 214, 215. And everyone was wanting this to go to 220 and everything here at this point, right? But the thing was, is that if you look at the date on this was Thursday, and the open interest for this was at 210. Excuse me, 210 right here, wherever it is, 210. And so then the next day, what did they do? They closed it under that 210. All the option premium sellers made all their money because it was over that 415, and or excuse me, two. I keep on saying four because of the SPY, but over that 214, and then they were able to go ahead and close it under the 210 and expire all that premium. So the way that all day faders and Team 3D stocks guy, the way that he kind of trades these things a little bit more is that whenever you get big emotional moves, like when you get big chases, there's going to be a lot of call buying, right? So a lot of people are trying to get in. They're trying to buy a lot of calls. Vice versa, if it's like a big slide down, right? A lot of put buyers and stuff like that. Then eventually you're going to have where there's a wall of those that have been set up, and you're extended past that, and you want to go ahead and buy it back up, right? So for instance, I bet you here this week, like the area was 190 right here for the puts. Let's take a look. So 190. So 190, there's 45,000 contracts right here. And you could see like within any immediate area here in the open interest, there's not anything even close to that. So anything under 190 here, right? If you looked at the open interest, whenever you seen that Tesla was selling the on Monday, you knew that they had to rebuy it back up above the 190, that they wanted back above 190. They even give you a second chance yesterday. So that helps you to be able to go ahead and take those trades then like that. And so on the equity side, you kind of know where the market makers want you to, where they want to close the tickers on. If they're extended past those open interest levels or big gamma levels, you know where they want to bring it back below. So on the zero DTE, it doesn't quite work the same because you have such a short amount of time that you need to be right, that instead they need to hedge and buy the equity or shares. So for the most part, I figured this part out on my own. And if you find someone else that tells you, if you find someone else that tells you the same way that I'm explaining this to you, dude, there is absolutely fucking no one else, dude. I could promise you. Cool. What's up, guys? What's up? You guys here on TikTok? I was explaining here some strategies for our trading. These strategies, I did, and the thing is, I say, oh, no one talks about these strategies. We have this strategy no one talks about. Come join us. It sounds so gimmicky and cliche, bro, but please, like, if someone else is out there explaining these things that I don't know, there's three people, three people in the that I know of that explain things kind of the same way that I do. So that's me, me, that Team 3D Stocks guy, and Matt Cowart from Rocket Scooter. So if you guys know the we need to protect you. The Rocket Scooter, so the Rocket Scooter guys, they have a little bit different, same recipe, different sauce, but the same kind of thought process on the way that they do things. But they actually have software to back the like do their stuff. I was trying to build my tools and software. They're a little bit ahead of me. So there are, like I said, the three of us, and then Smash the Bid. If you guys know Smash the Bid, he does it in a different type of way with like a math, not the way that we talk about, that could call where the market needs to be by a certain time. So it's a joke in our community, in our Discord room, where I could call out the targets, and then it'll pop up and not necessarily get there, and then kind of pull back, and then by the end of the day, or next day, or whatever, within the time frame that I give, I say that this is the target where we need to be at, and it hits. And it's funny because it's like, what I say is that I don't know how it's going to get there. It could go up, down, sideways, barrel roll, but I absolutely know that we need to get to this point in order for us to continue going on. The power. So the T2 thing, that's not, I don't claim fame to that strategy or anything, man. That's pretty common knowledge. That's just the way the market works. That's not necessarily, I mean, you could strategize it and be able to trade it based off of that knowledge or whatever, but I don't claim that I came up with it, or I'm the only one that does that. I know that there's lots of people that take advantage of that, even like SSR. So like the whole reason I have the SSR label up here on my chart is yeah. So I don't know who Stacy Burke is, though. Is he on YouTube? Or is it even a dude? I'm assuming it's a dude. What are their pronouns? So even like the SSR thing. So like when a ticker hits SSR, right? This is what happened on Tesla here a few weeks back as well, is that Elon was over here offloading a crap ton, right? Tesla hit SSR a couple times within this, and then it hit, actually right here towards the 100s, it hit SSR. And I even tweeted, I was like, Tesla's SSR, you can't, like it won't continue selling. It'll be really hard for them to drive it into the dirt, and alongside with it being at 100, which is a big psychological important level, right? So if that's the case, then whenever you have SSR on a really beaten down stock like this at a big support level, then the odds in your favor in order for you to take that trade or whatever. So it's just things like rules of the way that the SEC or the regulators have put into the way tickers need to behave. So it's you're able to take advantage of those. Yeah, it's a dude, man. Cool. If you guys are still here hanging out on TikTok, I appreciate you guys if you follow me. Oh, dude, I even got likes on this stream. I appreciate it, man. This is the first time I came on, and there's people that have stayed in, give me some likes. I'll try to go whenever I'm explaining a topic and stuff. I'll come on TikTok and do it. It's really boring whenever I'm trading and waiting for a trade. I'm just sitting here. But if someone, I go live on YouTube. If you guys want to be able to see my screen and what I'm talking about, you guys could go follow me on YouTube. It's New Age Wall Street. There's lots of videos and what I'm talking about on there as well. And I've been going live every morning, trading live with our team on YouTube every morning as well. I'm also on Twitch. I'm also streaming on Twitch, but there doesn't seem to be much interest on the Twitch. So with that being said, I forgot what. So yeah, whenever I'm trading by myself, or not by myself, but I'm just trading and waiting for stuff. Sometimes there's not much to talk about. But if someone asks a question, I think I just talked. How long did I talk for without stopping it right now, guys? Probably like a good half hour. That was a good um that was a good college lecture. They won't teach you that in your MBA finance class. Um, so, but when I get topics and stuff, I'll come live in order for you guys to be able to take advantage and go over, for you guys to take advantage and be able to learn a couple things and stuff. I know it's boring if you're just sitting here watching me pick my nose or whatever. So we'll see you guys. Peace. I'm still here for you guys here on the YouTube, guys. So I'll just tell them the TikTok bye. That was fun. It was actually 45 minutes, bro. That was a perfect class. They say that people start losing interest or stop losing attention span after 45 minutes. Pomodoros. What's that? 5 for me because I have ADD. Yes, ADD is mother, dude. This is the only, like, the market is the only thing really where I've been able to I think it's just because it's very fast changing, very very fast, where I absolutely love it and it feels good on my brain. You know what I mean? I'm sure you feel the same way, like doing a puzzle, Rubik's Cube and stuff like that. Oh, Pomodoros. Oh, dude, you're gonna teach me something. Teach me about some Pomodoros, bro. I didn't know that's what it's called. Oh, 25 minutes on, 5 minutes off. I think for me, I've heard that the 25 minutes on, 5 minutes off or whatever, that doesn't work for me. Um, I wind up getting sidetracked, or even I I work really well whenever it takes me a little bit to warm up whatever I'm doing. But once I get in a flow state, dude, I will not stop until I get to a point where, like, I'm satisfied. Oh, Google is looking pretty good here, guys. It's bounced here pretty nice so far today. 94.40 up to 95.60 so far. Um, I think that was a big part of that spike on the SPY just a little while ago. Oh yeah, it's nuts, dude. I don't know. For you, I don't know if you're still here, Josh, and uh, DJ. I don't know if DJ's your first name or your DJ name. um, how did you guys find me? Just by searching on YouTube, or I don't know if you guys are still here or not. But if you are, oh, dude, is anyone a F1 fan in here? A Formula One fan? Oh, they put lime green on the Mercedes. Oh, dude. It's kind of like a key lime green, but it's still pretty cool. If you're in here, Seth, I appreciate the kind words, dude. Awesome, brother. Awesome, dude. Yeah. So we have a. If you want to join our actual room, you get access to the Tradie Tech spot, so all the Tradie Tech's information and stuff, which is like $100 per month value in itself. We have a 7-day trial if you want to go ahead and sign up on the website. And we also have where I on my these purple candles right here are my own coded algo. So whenever they first, you can see right now it's telling you to hold position. So this first candle right here is where you could see where OK Man actually took this trade. I don't know if it was because of this, but he took this trade. Um, but these purple candles are the algo thing that I made, and it calls out, it scans, and it tells you whenever tickers are triggered here in that position. So pretty cool. You can see right here in Tesla, it's also in it. So we'll see if we get some more bullish movement on that. Google is over here doing work with the purple candles right now. So entry, it's still going. So but cool, man. I think I was just actually complaining about this last night. Is that on Twitter, it's very clicky and very I don't know if you're part of the FinTwit thing, but it's very, I don't know how I have all this information that's so different where I don't get recognized, and I'm not going to complain or cry about it, but um well, I kind of am, but uh I just not in that circle. So I'll go ahead and come over to YouTube and try to help out as many people as you can. I think that YouTube is pretty cool though, is that it's actually a search engine. So people don't think of YouTube as a search engine, but it's actually, I think it's the number 2 biggest search engine behind actual Google. So YouTube. Um, and so it's pretty cool that your content stays evergreen and relevant whenever it's searched on. It's always there for someone to be able to. The Qs are also on purple candles here too in the compression, so it's trying to move to the upside too. Dude, look at this Google here, guys. Here comes the Google squeeze we've been talking about for the last couple days. Remember? Here we go. So we break this 96.25 or so. We're getting into this volume gap. We could definitely get going here pretty aggressive on this Google. You follow me since 2020? Nice, dude. Appreciate it. Appreciate the love, brother. I know I kind of took a hiatus. I got into a relationship and I was really trying to focus on that, and that was a dumb idea. So I actually, being 100% transparent, um, I had a lot of growth in our chat room and everything, the YouTube. Uh, During COVID, obviously, when everyone was day trading, and then I got in the relationship and I didn't nurture all the new growth, and kind of sucks. Oop! Now Google just broke that. Here we go, dude. So this is the power of those purple candles here when they hit. So 94.60 or so, 94.75. We're at 96.14 so far on these. Nvidia is also in purples, trying to move up here as well. Tesla. So you see how it says hold position. So it's just chilling right now until it tells you to get out. Easy peasy. I think we could get to 98 today, dude, on Google. Let's see. Let's pick a target here on Google. So we'll say right here. So we'll yeah, at about this pivot right here. So this is the weekly pivot, I believe. Yeah, here's the daily pivot, and then this is the weekly one up here. Oh, I went way too far. Right here. So call in the shot. We'll see if we get here, guys. So these contracts, if you got like 96 contracts on these, I wasn't paying attention because I was talking. Those are probably already up 100%. There goes the SPY too. So it's pulling up the SPY. Oh man, let's get the whole market to get squeezy. So these were at the very bottom, they were 60 cents or so, and now they're $1.39. So over 100% on those so far. If we continue going on them, they'll get to $2. So is anyone is I think it was okay man, right? You had taken this position. Are you still in, dude? it sucks because the market's going to do everything it can to keep us under this 412 area. But like I said, if we do get squeezy here, it could be pretty nice. Oh, look, monster. I've been waiting for this breakout on monster for a while, as you could see. So you guys see this compression that's going on monster, right? And like this thing is absolutely nuts, bro. Like I wish um from the COVID lows here of $50, then 100%. And then ten. How come? So there says earnings in October, but then how come it doesn't? Oh, so they're going to report earnings on the 28th. Oh, dude, maybe that'll make it break out. Also like Monster because they were founded or whatever uh, in my hometown, Corona, California. So it used to be cool because they had a big ass black and gray building, and then they would have like the um, motocross riders go and do like promo vids in the parking lots with the ramps and all that. And so they would want like I don't know, like a crowd or like I guess extras, right? Um, and and it was cool to be able to go watch. And then you could go, and then they had like I think it was like on the third Saturday of every month, you could go and you could buy you could get all the rejected cans of Monster. So sometimes they weren't filled all the way, or they had like dents and stuff. And this was like when I was young. I was like 18. Um, I would just go buy, or I would just go pick up as much as I could. And then they had the big, they called them BFCs. Thinking they use the FM speaker later as a catalyst, hopefully upward. Oh, that yes, like what's his name yesterday? Uh, um, they had the big old. They called them BFCs. It stands for big freaking can. They were 32-ounce monsters, bro. And they actually discontinued them because people were drinking like 2 or 3 of them in a day, and their hearts were exploding. But it's kind of cool that they didn't never sold out to like Coca-Cola or anything like that. It's pretty cool. So maybe they do I hope they don't do a split from right here, dude. But if they just grow stagnant right here, they don't have much growth and it just stays in this area. That kind of sucks, bro. Everybody mad. I don't know if you guys could see, dude, but this Mercedes car is sexy as hell. It's crazy the way they did the side. They didn't want to do the side pods. The side pods are a lot different than the Ferrari ones. I don't know if you guys are Formula One fans or not. I've just became kind of a fan and started following it last year. But you want some drama? Start looking at this. I want to go to the. I'm gonna go to the The one in Las Vegas. You got tickets. So what happened last time they reported earnings? So they reported right here in November, right? And oh, they actually, oh, it was a gap up, dude. Look at this. Holy crap. I want the same thing to happen over here. Damn, this Google is going for it here, guys. Is J-Rob still in here? This was your move, J-Rob, your volume gap. You could play volume gaps and make a good living just off of volume gaps, dude, if you guys are patient enough on the bigger time frames. Oh, did my screen go dark again? Sorry. I'm gonna have to find out, maybe wear sunglasses or something here, guys, because the migraines are already starting to kind of kick up from having the full color. Is Josh still here? No one's here no more. Oh shit! Look, we were just talking about this, dude. We were just talking about this. So the Securities Exchange Commission today adopted rule changes to shorten the standard settlement cycle for most broker-dealer transactions and securities from 2 business days after the trade date to 1 business day. Oh, this is huge news. That is nuts, bro. Like I said, I knew that they were working on it. They were trying to get it to go, and it's crazy that I don't know if that's why he brought it up today. If he had seen the news already, but that is really big news, dude. Oh, so dude, see now we broke that 412, right? So that was our first little area right here. Oh, this is today may turn into a crazy ass day, dude. So we broke that first little spot here now. So now we have 414. We should skip through 413 if we have enough volume and interest here. So the next stop is 414 if we continue to go. And Google is mostly to blame here. Oh, I don't want my own pictures. What's funny is that our algo caught this here at the beginning at 94, right? And these are all chasers now on this parabolic move. And this is where I talk about here, guys, is that you want to be in the water, right? In the trade before you start getting this move like this. If you're buying up here, you're buying and chasing this move, you deserve to lose money. I hate to be rude like that, but you should not be buying when you're extended up here. What is so on this point is so 2%, right? So a little bit more than 2% from the PDC. This is a little bit more. Do I think the structure? No. So not necessarily, dude. It'll just so basically you just have where you wouldn't so actually so thinking about this here just really quickly, moves could be a lot more aggressive now, right? So then if you have enough buying power to be able to get through just one day, right? 2 days is hard. 2 days is hard for you to be able to go ahead and say like, oh, okay, like I can't trade. But one day, cool. You sit out the next day, you could go ahead and buy. But I think that it just makes it to where, um, yeah, we could potentially get some bigger moves then, some bigger aggressive moves. Oh, dude, I forgot what I was going to tell you, Josh. Oh, so I was going to tell you about this 412. So if you're listening, so the 412 right here, I was explaining that. So that was our first little resistance. You could see where we had on the chart. You could visually see where we had a reaction to this, right? There's also this pivot, right? This weekly pivot, I believe, and so we had a visible reaction to this 412 area, and then once we broke, we kind of went big, nice little candle here. And now we're looking at, so Google is kind of directing us here on this move here, guys. So if Google keeps on going and we continue getting squeezy, then Amazon is actually looking really nice too. I don't know why Amazon is running, but Amazon is going pretty nice too. So these beaten down tickers, it looks like Amazon and Google were the ones being beaten down quite a bit, are squeezing here, and so the thing is, this time of day is sucks, but we should start moving a little bit more aggressively here, and then the target would next target be 414 if we continue to go, but a little bit of selling here towards the 97 on this on the Googs. Did Google have news that Google fixed their AI? Oh, dude, you can't write this any better, bro. Right exactly where it stopped at. So we may need to flag a little bit to be able to break the 97 if we're going to continue. If we're going to continue up, if we break 97, then we get a little bit more aggressive. Like I said, I'm calling my shot up here towards the 98 and this weekly pivot. There goes the SPY. I'm glad I stayed on today, guys. And freaking okay man over here freaking nailed the entry on this trade right here. 5 4 3 2 1, take the trade. Pivot crossover on which one there, Johnny? Uh, so Apple's starting to extend here a little bit as well here, guys. NVIDIA making nice move. These tech is leading right here pretty nicely. And then we're getting to some resistance. We're getting to some resistance here on the Qs. Dude, this is such a nice move, man. It sucks. Little surprise for us today. Oh, so you mean the entry base for Okay Man? I don't. He didn't really explain his reasoning or thesis for getting in right here. If he wants to do that, that'd be cool. But this would be absolutely, bro. Like, you know, it popped up really nicely up to the resistance, came and held for what is this? 9:40 my time till 10 o'clock my time, right? You even have the top of the hour. So um yeah, like I mean that's a really nice little trade there. It would be so crazy if you start cream pieing these market makers, bro. Right before the monthly expiration. It would be epic. All right, so I'm gonna take 5 here real quick, guys. Just gonna mute the mic. Gonna get a drink, go to the bathroom here real quick. I'll be right back. All right.
Okay, I'm back. Dude, this is your compression play if I ever seen one right here, right? Guys, this is kind of what I was talking about earlier. All I see is purple everywhere. Like no joke. This is cool. This is such a cool. Use this as the advertisement. Look at this. There you guys can see. Look, purples everywhere. Oh, I'm over here wondering why it's on my phone. It's not on here. Oof, Microsoft is killing our party over here. It was based mainly on the fib zone from yesterday's high and low, then a basing candle close in that zone on the lower time frame chart. Basing, what do you call a basing candle? You traded Qs and not the SPY. Is that what I'm understanding? So I think it was right here, right? Or right here. Is this what you mean where like it was holding this level?
Yeah, I mean the thing that sucks, man, is that we know that down here is the demand zone, bro. So the buy down here and then hold, it's just really slow. What sucks. Other than that, hammer inverted candle. So, do you play the strat? Is that what you do? Is that what you're? I think it's one of these ones. But yeah, either way, it worked out really nicely, dude. All right, so if we're gonna bounce, this would be the area here, but the VIX is looking like it wants to bounce. So yeah, exactly. So that's what the strat guys do. It's honestly pretty really good idea. I've actually talked about this a bit. I think it's more prevalent on a bigger time frame, right? So like if you're in this instance on the 15 minute, um, the one that I like it right here is this downside, and then the break of this obviously this is the down candle, and then break right here. Um, this would have been your entry on the bigger time frame. So basing just basically off of the strat, not anything else. That's those are those rules. Those aren't like my rules. Um, I like that. So it shows that there's a different trend. That trend is broken, and the trend is rotating towards the other direction. I don't know on the 30 minute if it's like any better or anything, but no, it's actually kind of this. There's no trade right here. So on the 5 or 15 minute, I think is best from this bottom. The smaller trades, dude. I don't know. As I go in my it's just personal preference as I go a lot further in my trading career that playing for pennies doesn't make sense for the stress. So if I could take a bigger trade, right? So like right here, the 410.32 off of this, the break of this low candle, right here. And obviously we have power of hindsight of what's already happened. So, but it's been pretty cool. So today's Wednesday. We've had like a pretty cool, different discussion about stuff every day this week. Oh, dude, what a slide off. They are not going to allow it to get over this 412, dude. Google didn't drop as hard as some other ones did. I don't know why we dropped like that. That was weird. Apple hit 155.50 on the dot on the nose here, guys, and then pulled back under 155. So sucks, man. Whenever you get like this, and you know, like towards the expiration, especially monthly expiration, where we don't have that free movement. That's why I emphasize if we're able to get above these levels and stay above them, then it would be really big moves. But everyone's looking at the same chart we are, so that they know what they need to do to be able to move it back where they need it. Cool, bro. Cool, dude. I think a big part of lowering your learning curve is actually having the right people around you, dude. Like when you have people that, and I'm not trying to shame anyone, like buying trend lines and things like that, dude. Like it works until it doesn't, right? It's really easy to say, oh, the market is moving in this direction. Well, no, duh. But why? And why does it need to move to a certain point? and why is it going to respect a certain point, right? And for me personally, for me, understanding the why behind things builds confidence to act on it, right? If someone just tells me, right, um, if someone just tells me to do something without anything added to it, I'm not going to have like full confidence to on it. But if I know the why, then it helps a lot. So if as a new trader, you could find, and it doesn't have to be me, dude. There's lots of good mentors out there, whether they're in a paid room or a free room and stuff like that. There's quite a few, and there's even more excellent mentors that are out there where you get chosen as a mentee. You don't necessarily find them. You don't know how many eight-figure traders, well, a handful of eight-figure traders that I know that are not on social media or Twitter or anything like that that are doing big things. And to get their insight and stuff on things is just invaluable. So I'm glad we could help, dude, because yeah. So, dude, this Google, this is where it would have told you to get out right here, is right on this one. So, pretty nice little.
these tickers are holding up pretty well, like in these little like flags, pennants, whatever you call them, downward wedge, whatever. Until the PR. What time does the Fed dude come on, bro?
All right, let's see if we can get another leg here. Oh, okay. Yeah, dude, I don't see unless on the equity side we start pulling up the overall market like on this Google, right? I would expect us to at least come and try the 97 again. We know that that's the resistance. But unless something gets really wonky with the equity side of the market, not necessarily the SPY, Qs, or ETF like things, I just don't. I don't see us making that big move. So now, if it does, for some whatever reason, people want to get froggy here and start moving, um, we'll see. But we're pretty much within the range that we talked about. So this 411, right? The 411 being our um, so 411 right here. This is our support, and then our 412 right here. So resistance. So this little range. So we're pretty tight as far as our range today and what we're doing. So if people get antsy, we try to break out. Damn, it's already 11:30. I'm still on live. 3.5 hours, bro. Times flies. I know, dude. Especially when you're talking and having a good time. This is what for you guys that know. I have a had an office in Albuquerque where you could come and trade side by side with me, and that was the best thing, dude. Is that being able to sit side by side and just talk crap about sports or current events or our personal lives, what's going on, while we're waiting for trades, just makes it so much easier not to FOMO or not to make mistakes. If you miss a trade, like I missed pretty much everything this morning because I was talking, it's okay. There'll be something else. So
Meme stocks, osmosis of grouping. So I applied to work at a prop firm back in the day, and because of my record, I wasn't able to get cleared through FINRA, but I don't know what that would have been like. I think what it, I think what was cool about my office or whatever is that I got to choose the people that was around me. You know what I mean? If in Albuquerque, bro, we're kind of I don't know what you'd say, like a hard type of people, like very sarcastic, very just like that's we call them cariñosos in Spanish. So if you're Mexican or Hispanic, you don't really ever get an "I love you" or "I care from you" from your family or anything like that. If they make fun of you or give you like a stupid nickname, then you know that they care about you, bro. And that's really what it was like in my office. Is that like, you know, we would kind of not necessarily haze, but like we would, you know, talk crap. And one of my friends that was in there, Richard, he would go up to the newer traders and he's like, I guess you guys like losing money. You guys don't like money, or why do you guys hate money so much? You guys taking these losses. And you know, when you're losing money, dude, and you get talk crap on like that, it's hard. It's already hard, you know what I mean? And then you get told like that type of stuff. It takes a special kind of person and sense of humor, I guess. And so I think a lot of people wouldn't be able to make it. They would not like having an environment like that, but it worked for us. So here goes Google making a move. So I've been in other groups of people and stuff where it just doesn't work, and that's absolutely okay. Like, you know, that's absolutely okay. Where, and I think that's a lot like with the Twitter thing, is that they don't understand like my point of view and stuff. No, so I moved to Dallas. So I moved to Dallas now. I closed it down because it didn't quite make sense. It didn't make money because no one likes money in New Mexico. Apparently, they just like the government to give you money. So, um, and I got kind of, I don't like to paint myself as a victim, but I got kind of screwed over because I was sharing the space with one of my friends, and it was like 3,500 square feet, and it ended up being too big for us. So just close it down. Eventually I'm gonna make something here, probably in Texas, and just make it where, dude, you don't have to pay anything. Like, it's already here if you want to come and hang out, and just make it kind of like a guy's place, like my fantasy factory type of a place to go and hang out and trade and whatever. Like, dude, what the hell, man? I'm not in any trades, but these reactions to the levels are just like, bro, we just skipped down 50 cents. You know what I mean? Like, or even more than that, 75 cents on this little touch. Ooh, Apple slid off. Did Apple get news, guys? It got bought back up though. Oh, here it is. U.S. escalates Apple probe looking to evolve antitrust chief. That was that. Oh, yeah, that's the news that just came out. So Apple got some negative news on a lawsuit that they have. So you guys remember that I told you that the algos look for keywords in news. If you look at Apple, it's pretty much showing you that that's the case. Um, yeah, so I want to build something here in Texas, and I want to have like I've even thought of just making it a place where I live, dude. Like, if I'm still single and stuff, I'll just put a little apartment or guest room or whatever in there, and the kitchen and all that, and and then I want to have like a trading floor, so maybe like 5 to 10 desks or something, and then if you want to bring your laptop,
You could bring your laptop, and then I want to have a gym. So since I'm into the gym, I could just be across the room working out, and then be able to see my trades. And then I want to have where I could park some cars in there and work on them, or have work on them, or um, just have them in there and stuff, motorcycles and stuff. So like maybe two two post lifts or something, and then just like a cool little like patio and great room where we could watch games or UFC fights and stuff like that, and just make it a cool vibe place to come. I've even thought about making it where like that part is like the hangout part or whatever like that, and then making, if the property was big enough, to make like a restaurant, um, so like a bar food type restaurant thing to have like car shows and um, beer and stuff like that, and it just be the ultimate kind of like guys hangout spot type deal. But we'll see. It would definitely be like a passion project where I don't make any money off of it. So Apple mostly bounced back here, guys. Oh, dude. Oh, dude. We have some stories. So, like I was telling you, I shared that space. It was a penthouse office on the 12th floor in Albuquerque. Uh, so we had the top floor of the building, and it had wraparound windows and everything. It was probably one of the nicest office in Albuquerque. There's maybe like a couple other buildings that had something similar, and we got it during COVID, right? So we got the place during COVID, and I think that's the main reason we were able to get it, was because it was pretty cheap. No one was renting anything during COVID, and they were kind of desperate, right? And so I come along and I'm like, hey, I'll lease this from you. Here's my offer, and they're like, okay, cool. You can move in tomorrow if you want. Like they even let me move in before paying the lease and everything like that. Like paying the first month, they let me paint and do some other stuff. And so my friend that was sharing the place with me, he's a tattoo artist, and so he's actually probably the best tattoo artist in New Mexico, probably in the state. Like he's pretty badass. He's pretty like he's like locally famous, if that makes sense. And and he's kind of known as like the fuck boy type dude, where there's always girls over at the shop, and things like that, strippers, um everyone. It was just the hangout spot. Like, if you got, once you got out of work, people would just stop by and bring us beer or bring us, whatever, and stop by and come and hang out. We had a pool table, so people would just come and play pool. And we had a huge projector screen. Oh man, here we go. This looks pretty nice. All we needed was a little jump start here from Apple to get some more buyers. Um, so we had a big old projector screen to, do that. And then and it was like a flex, right? Like everyone would come and well, that's part of why I think like I was getting a lot of members during COVID and stuff too, is because we're posting pictures of just like our normal, like what was happening. And it wasn't like flexing. It was just, that was our, like our day to day. And and so the girls and everything, it was like a flex to them to come and take pictures with like the view and whatever, right? And I think it was kind of like an invite thing where, like, if you got to come to one of our parties or office, whatever, it was like the cool thing, right? Exactly, the spot, right? And so it was I'm a morning person, man. I'm up like I don't like to sleep at all, but definitely a morning person. Now to get to the office maybe 5:30 in the morning. The market opens mountain time out there at 7:30. We had a kitchen in the office too, so I'd make coffee, whatever. We had a different cell phones off. What do you mean cell phones off? Um, is my cell phone off? Um, so um, so I would be there in the morning, and we had our little, oh, no pictures. No, dude, everyone took pictures, bro. Everyone, like, it was like a thing where people wanted to take pictures of, like, being there and stuff. You know what I mean? Um, yeah. So there was one issue where this one girl had a boyfriend and she was there, and someone uploaded pictures to Instagram, and she got pissed off because her boyfriend found out through Instagram, and like she had lied that she was there or something. And um and uh we're like, that's not our fucking problem. Like, I don't know what you're the one that made that made that decision, like, to lie to your boyfriend. Um but I would wake up early, and then I would trade. There was like a group of maybe 5, 7 of us that would go and trade in the morning. um Sometimes more, sometimes the guys would just stop by. I'd have guys just stop by and check on the markets, and uh just hang out with me. And then that was like the first thing that I told them if they signed up for a membership of our office, was that um, I get there at this time. You're welcome to come in. Anything after 3:30 in the afternoon, when the sun goes down, if you're here, I'm not liable for anything that happens. Like, uh, you know, breakups with your girlfriend, wife, whatever, pictures, things like that. I would say, like, it turns into like we decompress, from trading, and we have a good time. And like there were some older guys, man. There were some older men that would come. Uh, One of them was like a firefighter. The other one was he owned I think he was a chiropractor or something. And um and so they would like sometimes they would stay studying after, because you could come 24 hours to the office, and so they would stay afterwards, and they'd start seeing, like, we'd have the music on, and then the girls start coming. They're like, you're not freaking lying, right? And Seth, I don't know if Seth went to the after party for our 1 or 2 year. I don't know if Seth is still in here or not. But a lot of guys from the from our community actually flew out for a workshop and our anniversary party. I rented out a bar, and then we had an after party at our office, and it got wild, dude. Um, and so um, yeah, man. And then it kind of became a kind of a lot, dude, where I I started telling people, like, so we had like carpet tile on the floor, and then they were spilling alcohol on the floor. And you know how, like, when alcohol starts to mildew, it stinks. And so I started having to tell people, like, yo, like, either clean up your shit, or like don't drink on the carpet. And then if it sucked being like the strict dad of the group or whatever. But then that friend that was a tattoo artist, we had, so there was like a big common area in the office, and then I had like what was the conference room as the trade floor, our trading floor. And then I had another office, and then there's like four little like executive offices. And he kept on bringing new people to like take over these offices and stuff. And then, like, he wasn't paying any difference in like the lease and stuff, and or even telling me that they were going to be there. And so I told him that his lease was going to go up. I gave him 30 days, and we agreed on a price. And instead of him sticking to his word or doing it, I got back from California, and um, he gave me like a 3-day notice that they're going to be moving up by the next by the first. And I was like, well, that fucking sucks. So they took like a bunch of the stuff that was in there out, and then I moved into like the big open area, and then I had to spend a whole bunch more money to like refurnish it with just my stuff, and it was pretty freaking awesome. It was pretty cool the way that it was set up. I don't know. I think I have pictures like on my Instagram if you want to go check it out on there. Um, but yeah, then, but yeah, it would get pretty wild where there's just um, and then for me, dude, like I can't necessarily say I'm older and wiser, like I wouldn't do it again or whatever, but like uh I basically lived at the office, man. I would go, like I said, be there like 5:30 or so in the morning, and then I would, do my pre-market, get ready to trade, and then I would work with, the members and their trading and stuff like during the lull time, and trade the power hour, and then the market would be closed at 2:30, and then I would work on other things for the chat room, videos, editing, um, putting together desks if I need to, like stuff for the office, stuff like that. And then I wouldn't leave until like maybe midnight, 1 o'clock. I even bought like a big ass 6 foot bean bag, so then I could just nap and stay at the office. And so it ended up being like, I mean, trading is pretty stressful, and I mean the during COVID, I mean we were getting some awesome freaking moves, dude. Like I was making like crazy money. Like I still do make really good money. I've pulled back my size quite a bit because of the volatility, but during that time we were just, I mean, everyone knows how it was, right? And so it was just like a known thing that like after the market closed, like in every, so mostly everyone would leave, like the girl, whoever I was seeing, right, like the girls I was dating or seeing, like they would come over like around 3:30, and I would take like a little break like for an hour and a half, um give them the goods or whatever, like there on my big ass beanbag, and then send them on their way and then get back to work. Like, and it was just, I can't say if it was a good or bad thing, but it's like what happened. But it was just, there was a couple times because we had double glass doors to get into the office. And there was one time the janitor caught us and like could see through the doors. But yeah, it's pretty wild, bro. I don't know if we would have. Oh, so the reason I was saying all that is that drinking and stuff. So drinking while we're trading, we never drank while we were trading, in the morning and stuff. We never drank during that time. On Fridays, we had tradition on Fridays where we would trade the open, and then we would go out to lunch, and usually um we went to Top Golf, and then we would drink at Top Golf and stuff. Um, so on Fridays we'd do that, or and then sometimes we go back to the office, and then we'd drink and stuff into the night. Then, um, but we never drank and traded. And then after we're done trading, like during the week or whatever, like of course, like the market's closed, uh we would pop some off. Like my friend that was tattooing, he tattooed a lot of people. There's a lot of craft breweries in Albuquerque, and he tattooed a lot of people that worked at them or owned them and stuff like that. So like as tips and things like that, they always brought us beer, they always brought us alcohol and stuff. There was even a lady that the where I rented the bar for our party. It was a distillery, and she hooked us up with like bottles and bottles of like of their agave. I think they can't call it tequila because it's distilled here. It wasn't distilled in Mexico, but it's like basically tequila, agave alcohol. And and so I mean, we never had to pay for anything. We always had everything. Um, yeah. I mean, that would be like that'd be funny though to trade while you're drinking. Like maybe if I was in an Asian or European country or something like that, where it's more in the afternoon and not the morning. But Nvidia trying to make a pop here, guys, and Google trying to get another leg going right here. We may get another set of purples on Google. Yeah, I don't think I should share pictures on YouTube, but oh my goodness. California chapter, you don't want to do that, bro. You do not want to do that with all them taxes and everything. Like a fight club. Yeah, so like the trade spaces St. Lucie does in Puerto Rico, I know that they want to expand and they want to do more of them. I've thought about telling them like, okay, like I'll run the one here, in Dallas or whatever. There's there's a lot of traders here in Texas. And so Texas and Florida, and but I don't, like I said, I don't know if I want to do all that, man. Like trading is super super niche, and then in order for you to get someone to pay you like a membership for something like that, they have to be a successful trader, right? So no one wants to be a novice trader where you're already losing money and then you're paying for an additional membership, like, if that makes sense. So you have to go, yeah, you either have to be in a place where you have successful traders that have expendable money, or put other things into your kind of business model why people would come and be a part of it. So that comes into like, okay, cool. Like if you want to trade or you play video games on the setups, cool, you could do that. If you want to just come for the community and the vibes, cool. If you want to come for the vehicles and we could have like cars and coffee on Saturdays, or whatever, that would be cool. Um, or like I said, like just have a restaurant to be able to sustain the rest of it, and just make it like a little sports bar type deal, and then you could buy a membership and walk over to the back and the other part. Apple is steady selling now here a little bit, guys. Trading billiards, trade fights. I think that it would be really cool if you're able to. I think there's a platform that I think is a woman that actually started it. There's a platform out there that's you could what would you say? It's like a competition. Your trading is like a competition, and you could see where you rank within like a community and stuff. But I think it would be cool to have like say a 3 or 5 day tournament, right? A week long thing of trading live on like on a stage, and then you're trading against the other people up there to who gets the best P&L or percentage growth or whatever it is, right? I think that would be really really cool. The thing is that I don't think the SEC would like that very much. And I know that there would be ways to cheat stuff. Damn it, Apple ruined our party over here, guys. Cocaine dealers would run out of inventory. What do you mean, like for that type of deal? Yeah, bro, you could. The whole United States runs off of freaking Adderall and dimethylamphetamine. There's a shortage on it, bro. Is that way meth is so popular? I don't I don't know, dude. I don't know about the meth part, but like yeah, I don't know if you lift weights or anything, but that's the exact thing. The Jack 3D, the old school Jack 3D, right? It was just a molecule or two off from meth, right? So his DMAA is amphetamine or something like that is the way that it was. And that's basically why people were dying from it, was because it was an actual chemical freaking stimulant. It wasn't just caffeine or, whatever. It was actually a freaking crazy ass stimulant. And people were dry scooping freaking 2, 3 scoops of that and popping their hearts off. And it sucks, man, because, dude, everyone has to abuse good things, and then we get it. This is why we can't have nice things, and we get things taken away, bro. Because like even ephedra, right? So ephedra is outlawed here in the United States, but in the everywhere else, it's actually legal. Like you could go to if you go to a pharmacy in Mexico, you could buy ephedra over the counter, and that was used for weight loss. So it was being prescribed by doctors for weight loss and stuff, and then people started abusing it and um, started abusing it, and then started dying and stuff. It's like, bro, you ruin it for the damn rest of us, dude. But now, like, it's really crazy as far as like the Adderall stuff. Like, now you could go on a website, right? You go on a website like there's a few of them, and you just put in there where you just take a little questionnaire and you say, I have trouble focusing, I have trouble getting tasks done, and you meet with a teledoc, and you got a prescription for Adderall or whatever within like 45 minutes, and it's like $50, dude. Yeah, the doctor visit's like $50, and then you pay for the prescription, uh, which is like $15 or $16. That's probably why you don't have the reach you do. What do you mean? Because I advocate for this stuff? Well, no, I'm not an advocate of it. I'm not an advocate for it. Let me rephrase that. I'm not a. I just say I'm honest about what I do. Algos. Oh, homelessness. I don't know, dude. A lot of that is mental health too. You said you're from Seattle, right? Is it? It's really bad out there, right? Campsites on the main strip. So Albuquerque is really really bad, dude. So it's one of the reasons I left. It's just so depressing to drive around and um, no matter where you go, there's a panhandler asking you for something. You can't go to the convenience store without it. Uh, there's parks that are just homeless encampments now. Like you can't even the kids can't even play on the slides or anything. Dude, Apple is gonna really kill the market right here, dude. That sucks. Wolf of Wall Street. I don't know why, but I always visualize traders as some white guy named Tyler who wears boating gear with and does coke all the time. It's pretty much it, bro. Pretty much it. Oh, dude, that guy. That guy, man. I think that's a big I got in trouble for that bringing that up. I don't know what ethnicity everyone is, but that's one of my goals too is with the room and everything that I do is to bring financial literacy to minorities because we don't have generations leading us to tell us to do investments and stuff like that. Like in our culture, the Hispanic culture, we're just taught you go to school, you graduate, and then you work hard, right? You work hard to make a living, and you don't have to work hard. You can make your money work hard for you, and make the right investments and stuff like that. So, part of what I want to do is to help inner city kids or minority kids to know that there's you don't necessarily have to go to college, or you could learn to do this, or you know, give opportunities to dude, there's tons of kids that are smart that just don't get an opportunity because they're told to they're told that being smart is remembering something out of a textbook. And I was one of those kids. And it was just that no one found it what I was good at and let me do what I wanted to do. And once I found this trading thing, it's like, oh, well, this makes sense. So I actually got in trouble for that because I said that the Traders for a Cause last year was very, very one skin color, and I got freaking flamed for it. And they started saying, "Oh, this person was there, and then they're this ethnicity," and I'm like, "Yes, but that's exactly what I'm saying. Is that this is a nice little pop right here, guys? Where's this coming from? Oh, the Q's popped over PDC." So I was like, okay, so if you take they started talking about the panelists, and so it ended up being that the panelists out of all of them, it was like 10% minority, right? And so and it's crazy because I go and look at like trading pictures and groups when people get together and stuff, and it is a lot like that. It is really like that. Um, and I understand that struggle doesn't know color, but at the same time, I want to help minority people to find their place in this, and I think that's why I kind of get snubbed on Twitter and stuff a lot because I say things like that. So it would be cool to show up to Traders for a Cause with a bunch of cholo looking dudes that could freaking slam bids and asks, and have just everyone scared. Come on, Google, do it. See, this is where like I wish I could take our price action today and condense it into like a 2-minute video of what I talked about earlier of the 412 and 411, and we're still in between this range, dude. And once you know your playing field and where price is going to respect and move, you could make the decision whether to take trades or sit sidelines because a $2 range is not the freaking business, dude. It'll, dude, like, there's a lot of talented minority traders that I know, bro. Shaka, who is a member in our room, he's black and he is super smart. He's an engineer and he freaking kills it with his trades. Um, Brian Brian Lee, if you guys know who Brian Lee, he's Asian. He does really really super well. I don't know of many Hispanic traders in the community. Oh, I forgot his name. His handle on Twitter is EDU Trades. He's actually Argentinian or Colombian, something, or something like that. Um, he is doing awesome things for the Hispanic community. He has a whole course in Spanish and stuff like that. He's really he's a he's a I don't know, he conforms a lot to like the way that those guys are and stuff too, though. So it is what it is, bro. Malaysia. Where's Malaysia? I know it's in Asia, but like, what's it near? Wouldn't it like I've talked about this too, is like wouldn't it be freaking crazy if someone was able to teach the cartels in Mexico like that the money that they make they could actually put into the market and manipulate the market? You imagine if the cartel got involved in trading and they didn't have to, they didn't have to do the whole drug thing as much. But it's just like like a lifestyle. They don't necessarily know that that's the case, right? But they definitely have enough money to be able to influence the market, right? They could pay people to they could pay to have a team of quants and financial analysts to be able to manipulate, especially like small caps and stuff like that, right? That would be freaking crazy. But imagine getting hired by them, right? So you get hired as a quant by the cartel, and then you fuck up one time, you lose a bunch of money, and it's like, oh, off with your head, bro. You think so? I don't think so, dude. Because in our culture, bro, what they would rather spend it on clothes and cars and stuff like that. They don't understand what a mutual fund is, bro, or 401k or uh, the trading stuff. Sinaloa Securities, bro. Oh, brother, I'm gonna name my next LLC that. I've thought about that quite a bit, but you would have to have someone that you'd have to like present it as someone that is business minded like that, not and I don't think that they would because it presents a risk. It presents a different risk, but it would just be nuts, right? If they pivoted and they're like, oh, we're out of the drug trade now. We're hedge fund portfolio, 8-figure hedge fund portfolio. Italians though currently, yes. So I bet the Japanese and uh, Italian, they are definitely in those types of heck, even did you guys see that the Mormon church has a big ass portfolio, guys? So they were talking about this the other day where like I guess it's like a big secret, right? Um it's like a big secret, but then uh oh, here it is. So these are the top holdings of the Mormon Church, $44 billion stock portfolio. So if you guys aren't aware, I was actually baptized Mormon when I was very young. So I did go to Mormon church for a while. Um, so if you aren't aware, if you're Mormon, they require you to give 10% of your income as tithings to the church. It's a requirement in order for you to be a part of the church. But they're actually being investigated and stuff for the disclosure rules and stuff like this. And a lot of the people that like members of the church and stuff, they're just normal people that are giving their tithings, and the head officials are investing it into the stock market, right? So but who's making all this money? Like who's making all this money, right? So like no wonder they're freaking rolling in it in Utah, bro. Like they're over here in Walmart, JP Morgan, MasterCard, Amazon. So at the Mormon church could freaking do it, bro. I was actually talking about this the other day, though, too. Is that obviously you guys know I'm Mexican and stuff. I think that investing in Mexico is like even real estate, right? More towards the northern areas. So the way that things are looking with us in China, it looks like we're trying to export more from other countries and have other manufacturing from other countries. And so Tesla is making a huge gigafactory right in Mexico. And I think that we're going to get other manufacturing facilities in Mexico. So if you're able to buy up this land and then sell it big to like these big corporations, that would be really cool. Or even just make warehouses to be able to lease to space in for these corporations and stuff as well, right? Or just um, as part of that, like there's going to be more people that go and work and move and whatever other businesses as well, tourism. I think investing in Mexico over the next 10 years will be a big thing here where we move away from dependence on China, and it's easier to move um, materials via train or truck between the borders. Oh, we're gonna try again.
But the Standard also offers me free evenings, free nights. So
1 second, right?
I'm not paying energy.
I don't know if there's a Mexico ETF or whatever, bro. But there's we were talking about it the other day in our Discord. Sam Keller Trading was talking about it, and he said that he took a position um, in some for South America, and I don't remember what it was, but
Are you saying rhythm energy would not change at all for the time in the contract? It would stay at that price? It's a fixed rate. Let me think about that. No, I'm just a overthinker, that's all.
I can't find it. So I can't find it. The tickers that he is talking about.
Okay, for your phone call. Thank you.
Yeah, I can't find it. All right, Google. It'd be nice if you could lead us here. Melly, there you go. That was one of them. Oh yeah, and I said, dude, this thing is expensive. Oh, I even put a Target thing right here. All right, Tesla pushing up here, Amazon and Google.
I just need a quote for right now. My contract is not up yet.
All right, guys, I think I'm gonna call it a stream here for the morning. We're pretty much in the afternoon here, anyways. It'd be really nice if we see some end of day. Dude, I kind of want to stay on if we get this move here. If you're in the Discord here, I will be calling out stuff for it.
6100 Ashbury Street, apartment 2318, North Richland Hills.
But I appreciate you guys who stayed here through the whole time. We talked about a lot of cool stuff. I appreciate you guys. I will be live, same time, same channel tomorrow. We'll see you guys, okay?